good morning to you all. A snapshot of the equity market here in the United States as follows. On the S&P, we are down by 1.2%. On the Nasdaq, off by 0.7%. The sector price action on the S&P 500. Your outperformance from consumer discretionary, you can guess the names. Your underperformance at the bottom of the pile. Energy once again, with the energy space well and truly in focus today, and I imagine it will be for the foreseeable future as well. In focus through the week, your trading diary shaping up as follows. Coming up at the top of the hour, don't miss our conversation with Larry Kudlow from outside of the White House. The WHO, the World Health Organization, holding a news conference at 11 a.m. and the White House holding its daily update on the coronavirus at 5 p.m. Eastern. IBM reporting earnings after the closing bell, plus we'll hear from the likes of Netflix, Credit Suisse and Coca-Cola throughout the rest of the week. Eurozone confidence on Wednesday, some PMI, some jobless claims in the mix this coming Thursday, and on Friday the University of Michigan releasing consumer sentiment numbers, and we get durable goods orders as well. Up next on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio, an exclusive conversation with Larry Kudlow, the National Economic Council Director, on topping up the small business program, on tariffs, and of course on reopening this economy. From New York, this was the countdown to the open. For our audience worldwide, this is Bloomberg TV.
Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. 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 Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care.
Order submitted. Order
Experts
submitted.
estimate that it
Order
will take
submitted.
years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has coming here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things in life happens, you know. I'm here by myself.
So, ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de...
This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
Order submitted.
So we met through jeevansati.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansati.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear, which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Order filled.
Yeah, that's our timing basically. Bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings there.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
Her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents.
Order submitted.
After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry city?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname Pocahontas. Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stumpf to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on T-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the Mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress.
Order filled. Order submitted.
The 10-strong
Order
Khan
submitted.
family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law with its swagger and ill-fitting suits caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and
Order
then it just
filled.
smoke everywhere.
Order filled.
Everyone's
Order
just asking
filled.
what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for Mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he He works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? As Khan got his eye on the top job, and is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space.
Order filled.
But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not
the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road
Order
and explore
filled.
unknown
Order
places
submitted.
with only a smartphone
Order
for
submitted.
directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is
Order
because 5G
canceled.
will allow
Order
connected
canceled.
devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Order
Right
canceled.
now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal called Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I'm currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start. And from that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes.
The U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world. Yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to us say, 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, But there's no beer from
Order
China.
canceled.
So he
Order
searched for the word
canceled.
China
Order
instead and
canceled.
still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们差。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们差。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it served him well.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents
Order
isn't
canceled.
crazy.
Order canceled.
Not going
Order
away.
submitted.
This is the story
Order
of how an
filled.
openly
Order
gay,
submitted.
immigrant genius,
Order
libertarian
submitted.
billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Valleywag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician,
Order submitted.
but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of
order filled.
And a lot of
order
vetting
submitted.
to fill
Order
hundreds
submitted.
of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States.
Order
President
submitted.
Donald Trump announced
Order
on June
submitted.
1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's energy independence executive order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway.
Filled.
Businesses, cities, and U.S. states such as California are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch. Some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file. And we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter.
Order canceled. Order
and that
canceled.
paper template
Order
actually
submitted.
becomes our guide
Order
for what
filled.
we're going to bend
Order
the neon
submitted.
to.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire of the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I've learned so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when you see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer.
Order filled.
And we turn on power.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Spend cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding.
Order submitted.
There's
Order
never a bike
submitted.
that's the same.
Order
There's always
submitted.
a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze.
Order
and it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid, blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma.
Order
The virtual
submitted.
world of
Order
Blued,
submitted.
where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blue means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，布鲁蒂能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
Order canceled, order canceled, order submitted, order submitted. Order canceled, order canceled, order submitted, order submitted.
This is Rich Jigga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question?
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just did a sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist.
Order filled. Order
Plus,
submitted.
it could be
Order
really funny.
submitted.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. And it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a trigger like me. That was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chiga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet.
Order submitted.
How
Order
people
submitted.
want to just be a part
Order
of something.
submitted.
And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people, and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Order filled.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chiga has a show in New York City.
Order filled. Order
Tickets sold
submitted.
out in an
Order
hour.
submitted.
I came here, I'm first online.
I was here at 1.
I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chiga. I want to touch him.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
He's
That's my dad, son.
Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you
Order
live
filled.
online and social
Order
media, but
submitted.
like, there's nothing
Order
like just
submitted.
being with
Order
the people.
filled. Order filled.
Back on my bullshit, man, you can't believe it. Who the fuck you said I should quit?
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after
Order
an appearance
canceled.
on Ellen
Order
or Jimmy
canceled.
Kimmel,
Order
the
submitted.
creator's star power
Order filled.
fizzles out.
Order submitted.
But
Order
88 Rising
submitted.
has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh shit!
So keep an eye out for 88's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store when customers touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Order canceled.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's
Jade.
Jade. Oh.
So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
Order filled.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Granddad so you can give them a wave.
Submitted.
Now,
Order
if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself.
Order
and
submitted.
It's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do. Was that? Good. It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
He's written out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures. Whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I've ended up letting people down quite often.
Order filled.
B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball. And now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right?
Order filled.
You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I could stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what?
Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミク出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them.
Order filled. Order
To date,
submitted.
Krypton
Order
has sold
submitted.
120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってきて。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってあり。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
ミクって魂がないので、だからみんなに魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive.
Order submitted.
For the rest of
Order
us,
submitted.
this $60 gadget is all you
Order
need.
filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Order submitted.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly
Order
affected.
submitted. Order submitted.
McKee recently
Order
dissected
submitted.
the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime. You know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate
Order
it the way
filled.
his did?
Order submitted.
I just think the
Order
world is very
submitted.
different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did. Because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along. You know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt or die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag Give Divas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Dara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world. And I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yeah. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get?
Order filled.
$4 billion
Order submitted.
Well,
order submitted. Order filled.
Profits will help.
Order submitted.
So,
order submitted.
At some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity
order
for
filled.
building out
Order
new technologies
filled.
such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues. that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes, because working with governments, regulators, etc., sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think
Order submitted.
6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent, and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Order submitted.
Yes,
Order submitted. Order submitted.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine, because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and
Order
riders,
filled.
and we can use
Order
that
submitted.
data to partner
Order
up
submitted.
with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years.
Conexión se
and I think
perdió.
we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are 3 keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all 3 are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, etc. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in
mean to a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place, and we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, this autonomous car, yes or no, and we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
Will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also...
Listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It's a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are, much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this time this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is Monday, April 20th, 2020. Carol Masser along with Jason Kelly. And Jason, we're hearing talk of more federal aid likely coming, as are more warnings about reopening the economy too soon. We will hear from several leaders on the front lines, including the CEO of Intercontinental Hotels. He is Keith Barr. We're also going to talk to the president and CEO of the hospital that has been dealing with the virus from day one, and that's just a few names.
Absolutely. A packed show to be sure. Also keeping a very close eye on oil. WTI trading below $1 a barrel. Mind-blowing in a lot of ways. The implications for that go all through the global economy, an economy in which lots of other things are happening too. Let's get an update on everything that's happening in the business world. For that, we turn to Charlie Pellet.
All right, Charlie. Thank you very much, and happy Monday to you both. Got to begin with crude. Last quote there, WTI, West Texas Intermediate, 59 cents a barrel, down 97%. A story we're watching for you here at Bloomberg News. The Dow, the S&P lower, Nasdaq higher. Mixed Monday here to kick things off with the S&P down 21, a drop of 0.7%. The Dow down 298 points now, down 1.2%. Nasdaq's been swinging between gains and losses on the plus side now, up by 4. That is a gain of about 0.1%. 10-year up 2/32 with a yield of 0.63%. We've got gold up $10 the ounce now at $16.93, higher by 0.6%. Again, last quote on crude, West Texas Intermediate, 46 cents a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's set the Business Week agenda right off the bat here, Carol. We do, as we said, have a lot to get to today, but trying to make sense of where the equity trade is and making sense of some of those headlines that Charlie just read. Let's get into it. Sarah Ponczek joins us, cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg, joining us on the phone from Florida. Dave Wilson, a little closer to home. He is joining us from New Jersey, stocks editor, of course, and the author of the chart and stock of the day. Dave, set the tone for us here. Is oil driving the trade? What's sort of underneath what we're seeing on the equity side?
Well, it's a piece of it, but it's not the whole puzzle. I mean, you look at the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500, and you see even with what's happening in the oil markets, energy isn't the worst performer. You've got to look at utilities and real estate, the two sort of interest-sensitive areas that really jump to mind when you're looking at these 11 main industry groups in the index. They're both down more. So it kind of tells you, just how much concern there is about, where rates are headed here.
Also a reminder how much energy's been beaten up, right, Dave? Already.
That's a big piece of it, no question. And it all kind of fits together in that sense. But I'll tell you, there are some interesting tales, even within energy at this point. I mean, the oil companies are down, but Halliburton, oil services, I mean, they came out, talked about how demand was going to drop sharply this quarter and remain weak at least through the rest of the year. Shares are up 3.2% as we speak. Now, their first quarter earnings and revenue beat estimates, but, there's so much focus on cash at this point, you have to wonder what the real story is. But it does kind of jump out on a day when, stocks are mostly lower here.
But mostly higher from their lows. And Sarah Ponczek, come on in on that, because you and Vildana Hajrek have a great story on the Bloomberg about 5 individuals, pros on the market, who say that the new bull market has actually legs. What do they say?
So it seems like it's more difficult to find bulls at this juncture, because I feel like typically the pessimists are louder, but there are plenty of people who are optimistic on the market right now. And we spoke to many of them last week ahead of the weekend, and they cite many different reasons as to why they're bullish right now. Now, Sean Nodden, he's over at RBC, for example, he says that if you're a short-term trader right now, maybe hold off, maybe there will be a better opportunity. But he says that for anyone who has a time horizon that is a bit further out, he says, for one, yes, the coronavirus seems to be making its way. Headlines have been better for one. At the same time, he says that interest rates are extremely low. The pessimists might say they're low for a reason, but that's a debate for another time. And to him, he sees that there's reason with the S&P 500 around 2,800 that actually looks very attractive. Other people obviously point to the Fed, the amount of stimulus that we have seen, and the Fed saying that they'll essentially do whatever it takes to support the economy. So there are bulls out there, I will say. But I do want to come back to the discussion you were just having about oil, because as we speak, oil's trading, WTI crude oil is trading at 37 cents a barrel. And at one point...
Wait, 37 cents a barrel.
It was at 59 cents just a couple minutes ago. I mean, that shows you how fast it's going down.
At 153 on the dot, we hit 1 cent a barrel. And the CME did say that the contract could trade negative, which is pretty unbelievable when you think about it, but there is a technical factor at play that you really have to take into account, and it's probably why we're not seeing energy prices really being hit much further too, and that's the fact that we're dealing with an expiration of a contract. So the futures contract for oil right now, we're trading on the May contract. The rollover is tomorrow. So if you were to look at the June contract, it's still trading above $20 a barrel. So where we are really seeing the most effect is in the May contract, and that's because it's really hard to find people right now who actually want to own physical barrels of oil. When you have no demand or hardly any demand for oil at the time, usually people who would want to own physical barrels of oil, like an airline or an oil refiner, they don't want it right now. So you can't find any buyers for physical oil right now.
Well, that's a really good point, Sarah. And how much also we've done the stories on the terminal about that there's no place to put it anymore.
Exactly. It's very difficult. Storage is coming at a premium, which is why when you look at WTI trading at 1 cent a barrel, and actually Evercore ISI did point out that some physical oil prices are already trading negative at a few delivery points, and that's because storage is a burden. So you might have to pay for that now at this point in time, which is pretty unbelievable to think about.
So, Dave, come back in here, and this will tee up Sarah for a quick comment as well. Earnings, how much are they driving all of this, and what are you seeing so far as you try and make sense both of the numbers but also the tone and substance of what CEOs are saying?
I don't know if people are paying all that much attention to earnings, frankly. It's all about the balance sheet. It's all about cash. You take a company like DuPont that lined up $3 billion in financing for the next year, and its shares are up 4.7%. So, that's the thing that's really in focus here. And beyond that, I mean, people kind of pointing out just how many companies are not bothering to give investors a sense of how they see the rest of the year. Earlier today, Bank of America out with a report, 80 companies in the S&P 500 have, shall we say, withdrawn guidance for 2020. So it really becomes a matter of counting the cash now and maybe looking to the results next year.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, right? And you do wonder, and I guess the longer the shutdown goes on, that visibility, it's just not there. And we're going to be talking to the CEO of Intercontinental. We're going to be talking to various individuals, leaders in their own fields to see what kind of visibility they have at this point, Jason. And also, what does it mean to reopen the economy realistically? Like, we need to get a handle of that, because that will play into economic growth and ultimately earnings for all of the industries that are out there.
All right, Sarah Ponczak, 30 seconds. You've got a story on the Bloomberg about earnings. What's your take?
So hitting off of what Dave said, it's pretty unbelievable. We've hardly seen any companies actually give guidance. However, last week, according to Credit Suisse, 9 of those companies had given guidance. Well, when they actually reported earnings, the time that you would get updates, they actually withdrew the guidance. So the few companies that we had actually had some visibility, it seemed, not anymore. And that's to be expected going forward, likely through the season.
Amazing. Amazing. These are, Carol, you look forward to earnings season, and now
it's like a
one
drinking
more thing
game.
not to
like
look
every
forward
time
to.
we're shocked here, like we'd be just on our butts right now because it's just been one shocking headline after another.
Cruise below zero. That's the latest shocking headline.
Exactly.
There you go.
All right,
on our butts. That's Carol. That's Carol Masters' quote for the day. All right, Sarah Ponczak, thank you so much. Cross Asset Report joining us on the phone from Florida. Dave Wilson, you'll be back with us a little bit later on with your chart and stock of the day, Carol.
Let's just quickly do the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. One number that tells
Order
us a lot.
canceled.
Today's number,
Order
you've heard
canceled.
a lot, 10 million. Shake Shack will return its entire $10 million loan from the U.S. government. The company's leaders putting out a statement amid a lot of criticism over who got access to the funds from the government that's supposed to be for small business, Jason.
Yeah, we may talk a little bit about that later on. In the meantime, let's get to Bob Moon. He's got world and national headlines. Hey there, Bob.
Jason, thank you very much. Well, oil has plunged to near a penny a barrel as the coronavirus pandemic ravages global economies, threatening to erase an entire decade of jobs and wiping out hundreds of billions of dollars from company valuations. Industrial and economic activity is grinding to a halt As governments around the globe extend shutdowns due to the swift spread of the coronavirus, oil has faced its own knock-on effects, with the market massively oversupplied and nowhere to put physical barrels of crude. Democratic leaders and the Trump administration are trying to finalize an agreement on the next dose of federal spending to prop up the economy. Larry Kudlow, the president's economic advisor, says an agreement is close. Novartis will run a U.S. study of the malaria drug hydroxychloroquine. The medicine has been hyped as a potential treatment for coronavirus. General Motors and Ford's finance arms likely face multi-billion-dollar losses linked to the dramatic drop in used vehicle prices, according to J.P. Morgan Chase analysts. Prices are falling faster and steeper than J.P. Morgan was expecting. Global news 24 hours a day, and on Bloomberg Quick Take, I'm Bob Moon. Carol, Jason, back to you.
All right, Bob, thank you so much. We really appreciate check in with you throughout the show, the next few hours on those world and national headlines. In the meantime, Carol, getting ready for the first in a series of conversations. I think if we were trying to map out a theme here for the day, it's really about where we go forward. Yeah. And the travel industry is right at the tip of the spear, right? We think about it, talk about it all the time.
Well, and we were having conversations even at home about, okay, what I anticipate my work travel load will be like when we get back to normal. We were talking about family vacations and traveling and, you know, we get on a plane kind of thing. We're going to have the CEO of Intercontinental Hotels, Keith Barr. They are global, all over the world. And prior to his current role, Keith also spent 4 years as CEO of IHG's Greater China business. So I am curious to see what he is seeing over in Asia and how they are coming back, because I think that really will help us figure out maybe how we come back here in the United States and really in the rest of the world. So curious to hear from him about what he has to say. I caught up with him at the Breakaway London session last November. We are in a very, very different environment.
Yeah, that feels like 100 years ago, doesn't it?
Totally. And then, so the hotel industry has been hurt really severely, and so has the restaurant business. And we've got the chef and owner of 11 Madison Park. They have really transformed what they are doing. They're now feeding others. They're looking to save restaurants. They're looking to save their workers. And what they have been doing is pretty remarkable as well.
Submitted.
And let's not forget, this has been named the best restaurant in the world.
Oh, it's fascinating.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It's just incredible.
And, you know, it's a place you and I have both been. And, I mean, it's a phenomenal location. The food, obviously, some of the chefs have gone on, who have worked there, have gone on to do unbelievable things as well. We're also going to hear from the CEO of the Pittsburgh International Airport. Obviously, air travel is a piece of all of this, too, as you allude to. Do you get on a plane? But there are knock-on effects of that, too, in the sense of, we're not just talking about you and me hopping on a plane. We're talking about people who work there. We're talking about, a really vibrant local industry in some of these cities, a place like Pittsburgh, which is outside of sort of the coastal mess that we've been involved in, but, a very, very important and wide-ranging industry.
I just got to say, Fast Company in early March named them one of the most innovative companies out there. They have really been kind of pushing the envelope, so we'll see how the virus has been impacting them and those initiatives. This is Bloomberg.
All right, let's get to Charlie Pellet now. He's got a Bloomberg Business Flash. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. Absolutely staggering. Looking at the oil quote on the Bloomberg Professional Service, looking at West Texas Intermediate crude with a negative handle, down $3, minus $3.70. It is down right now by 120% today on West Texas Intermediate crude. Developing stories. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest. Gold is up now by 0.6%, $16.92 the ounce. The 10-year up 2/32. The yield there 0.63%. But again, worth repeating, looking at a negative quote for a barrel of oil. Stocks falling from a 6-week high. Investors on edge as oil plunges to unprecedented levels and a spate of corporate earnings on tap. So the S&P 500 index halting a 2-day gain, negative on the screen right now, down 27 points. That is a drop of just about 1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 363 points, a decline there of 1.5%. Nasdaq's been swinging between gains and losses. Volatile trading session today. Nasdaq is down by 10 points, a drop there of 0.1%. Among Dow members, oil stocks dropping. ExxonMobil is down 3.8% right now. Chevron shares, they are lower by 3%. So again, recapping, losing day for U.S. equities here, keeping an eye on oil. Oil plunging. We've got the S&P down 28, down by 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you. We do welcome all of our Bloomberg television viewers, and joining us now on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV, a leader in one of the hardest hit industries as a result of the pandemic, and we're talking about the hotel industry. Keith Barr is with us. He is the CEO at Intercontinental Hotels Group, and he joins us on the phone from London. Keith, nice to have you here with us. Thank you so much. I know this is a hard time for you and your industry. Your family, I hope, are doing well, and tell us about, your company and your employees, how everyone's doing.
Well, yeah, thank you. It's great to be here, and I think families are well. I think we're into our 5th week of all being home, sheltering at home, and distance learning. So I think we've all learned something about this, and a lot has changed since November when we saw each other last. Cancellation of conferences, meetings, and events. We've never seen an impact to demand for the hotel industry like this in our lifetime. When I looked at the start of the year, we had a fairly good January and February, and then as an industry, we saw revenues begin falling quite quickly in March. And I saw the U.S. data just this morning, and so from the start of April, it looks like U.S. revenue per available room is down 80% year over year at the start of the month of April. So
and
again,
so,
just
go ahead, Keith.
And the impact on people has been significant, right? I mean, this industry employs travel and tourism is 1 in 10 jobs globally, and so you've seen millions of people in the U.S. become unemployed in a very, very short period of time.
And so, Keith, help us understand how that plays through to your business, by the numbers. I mean, how many people have been affected within your company by this, either temporarily or God forbid, permanently?
Yeah, so, I mean, we have a model where we are basically a franchisor for most of our business.
Right.
So most of the hotels that we have around the world, nearly 6,000, are really small businesses, or an individually owned hotel who may employ 15, 20, 50 people. But we have about 400,000 people who work in our hotels around the world, and many of those people today have been furloughed or been made unemployed. And so, thankfully, the U.S. did pass the CARES Act and had the Paycheck Protection Program, which enabled these small businesses to hopefully retain a lot of their staff. And at the corporate level, we've been cutting people's salaries, we've been cutting capital expenditures, really focusing on liquidity to make sure that we can get through this very, very challenging time in the industry.
Well, having said that, Keith, and having kind of an asset-light, business, how has that protected you as a company overall from falling into a deeper crisis?
Yeah, really. I mean, we were some of the less leveraged companies out there in this industry, and since we don't own a lot of assets, we have less exposure. So our focus really has been on customers and on colleagues and on our owners, and how do we help all those different individuals and stakeholders get through this. So customers, it's been about giving them flexibility on bookings and so forth. With our colleagues, it's been helping them access the programs that are around the world, whether it's there's a program here in the UK where the government is basically funding up to 80% of someone's pay up to £2,500, or accessing the federal unemployment and local unemployment in the U.S., with our owners accessing the small business loans that turn to grants. So we've been very, very focused on that because those are the people that are being the hardest impacted. And we know by looking after all those stakeholders and helping them get through this, we can come out of this a stronger business and a healthier business. But it is, again, people talk about challenging. I mean, I've been through the financial crisis. I've been through, 9/11, and we've never seen demand drop like this. And I think an industry is going to have to think about how does it come out of this, and how do we work with government, and how do we work as an industry to help businesses stay vibrant during this time frame, reopen, and then see what the new norm looks like going forward.
Well, we want to talk about that new normal for sure, but one thing I want to ask you about, Keith, before we get too far away from it is what the experience of your owners and your colleagues has been in terms of accessing those small business loans, because we're hearing varying reports about availability. We've heard a little bit of controversy of, who's getting it and who's not. What's coming back to you as your colleagues report in?
Well, let me start by saying, just for the record, IHG, we have not received any funds from the Paycheck Protection Program, full stop. And we've been very focused on getting our owners there. So we've been hosting webinars from day one, helping our owners get to these programs, and had really good success with it. A number of wonderful stories about hotels, like Holiday Inn Express that was closed, was able to access the program and then reopen and hire the staff back too. So it hasn't been perfect. clearly, but you think about the Small Business Association, I think processes normally about $30 billion a year in the U.S. I think they did $300 billion already in a month. Real testament to they're trying to help out as many businesses as they can.
Order submitted. Order
the program needs to
submitted.
expand them.
Order
One of the things
submitted.
we've been saying to the government was, great first step, but these programs are going to have to expand and be extended because this is not going to be over in a month.
Order
Business
canceled.
doesn't go back to
Order
normal
canceled.
tomorrow, and so we've got to think about the long-term, again, health and stability of an industry. It's 1 in 10 jobs globally and in the U.S. is in this sector, and so that's a lot of people who we need to look after, and a lot of small businesses who buy from local vendors, who hire local construction workers to build these hotels. It's this interconnectedness of our economy. We have to recognize and make sure we can kind of help work through that together.
Does the government understand that, Keith? Do you think they understand that when you get on the other side, what really needs to be done?
I think so. I've actually had a couple of calls with the U.S. Fed. We've been engaging with the White House, with the Senate, Congress. They really do understand that they had to move quickly. They do seem to understand that they're going to have to do more. So hopefully they'll be able to get the next part of the package out. But I think it's responsibility of business to help continue to educate them on how this is unfolding, the impact it's going to have more broadly, and also how we're part of the solution too, because we're trying to help out as much as we possibly can. We're hosting frontline workers and medical professionals all around the world in our hotels. We're donating hundreds of thousands of dollars to food banks in different markets around the world to help out people who are in need. We're providing through a great initiative called First Responders First, giving thousands of room nights to first responders who are close to medical facilities who need accommodation. I think that's, as an industry, how we have to rally around is how can we help get through this, both by supporting owners, supporting colleagues, but also our frontline workers and medical professionals.
And Keith, as you look around the world, as you pointed out, and as Carol pointed out in the introduction, truly a global company, you probably have some inputs that other CEOs don't have in terms of how this looks on the ground in different markets around the world. What are we missing? What should we know about maybe some things and the way this virus is manifesting in the economic manifestation at different points of the globe?
It's quite interesting. You're seeing the countries who've got out quite quickly on testing, quite quickly on contact tracing, and understanding the use of technology to be able to really manage it and manage the economic impact and open up parts of the economy.
Order canceled.
Also, countries where they've got very closed borders, or New Zealand's being put out there, and Australia's coming quite well now. So countries that have been able to act quickly, decisively on testing and tracing have done a better job in keeping the economies going. And it will be critical for the U.S. to do that, and Europe as well too. And everyone's taking a slightly different approach. And because we're going to be challenged in businesses until there is, again, better therapeutics, better testing, and of course then a vaccine. Technology is what's been, I thought, quite interesting. What they did in China, the ability to effectively, won't probably happen in the Western world, but track everyone's movements, have you come into contact with someone who's infected, then having you self-isolate, has enabled them to really manage the number of cases and number of deaths down very, very aggressively. And, we're going to have to think through how do we manage through that on a global basis going forward.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, Keith, because we've been wondering, too, what will be the long-term impacts on the travel industry. We've had a lot of conversations, before 9/11, we kind of easily went through to our gates. Yeah. That changed dramatically. What changes do you see? Will there be temperature checks? Will there need to be some kind of tracing and tracking in order for the world to kind of go back to how we knew it before the virus?
It's an excellent question. We had that same conversation earlier in the week with a couple of other CEOs from different industries. We were talking about the future of our businesses.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Travel. And I said, I can still remember 9/11. I was in California getting ready to board a flight to the East Coast, saw the planes hit the towers, and we asked ourselves, would people ever get on planes again? And they did. It just changed, as you pointed out, right? We take our shoes off now. There's different security measures in place. You can't meet friends and family at the gate anymore. But we did get back to travel because on travel from a business perspective, it's core to doing a lot of businesses. That will probably change. Leisure travel is something that inherently people love to do, but I think the experiences will change in travel as we learn from this, and it may lead to temperature checks. It's going to focus on increased cleanliness standards It's going to focus on how do we change food and beverage operations to manage contact. So I know as a company, we have a whole team of innovation people working on this right now, thinking through how is this going to evolve? How is this going to change? How do we give customers that sense of surety that we're looking after their interests when they're in our hotels?
Keith, do we not fully open up, though, until we have a vaccine?
No, I don't believe fundamentally until you get better therapeutics, broad-based testing, and then vaccine, do you fully reopen. I just think that there's going to be enough people who are going to change their behavior. In the UK here, they're talking about reopening up, except for over 70s. And they're saying if you're over 70 years old, we're going to basically make you shelter at home probably for another year. That's pretty dramatic. That's a change in society. And so, conferences and events will look and change and be different. So I think things will come back. I think the companies that are the strongest companies, both from a operational perspective and reputational perspective, will do better than others. But it will take time for things to recover, and it's not tomorrow. And I think everyone's becoming clearer on that because there's definitely a lot of challenges facing a number of businesses. But I do think if we're focused on, making the customer journey a great experience, a safe experience, people will get back on planes and will get in cars. Our belief is domestic businesses will come back first, mainstream businesses will come back first, and then gradually things, as there's more confidence of the vaccine, will turn into conferences and events and conventions again.
Right. I do want to bring you one headline
Order
and very
canceled.
relevant to our
Order
conversation.
Canceled.
President Trump laying the groundwork for reopening the federal government. We'll obviously bring you some more details. This should come as no huge surprise given what we've been hearing from the federal government, maybe a little bit in contrast with state governments. And Keith, very apropos for our conversation here, because you're going to have, and I do not say this in a pejorative way, but more in just a descriptive way, sort of a patchwork across this country and across the world. How do you sort of manage that with your partners in terms of either testing some new ideas, of giving them the best advice in terms of how they should run their businesses? Because ultimately, your name's on the door.
Yeah, no, I just was having a call with my team on it, and I have my executive team. We meet at least once a week for a very long session going through where we are managing the crisis. And three of the big work streams we have underway is consistencies of operational execution for cleanliness and sanitation in the hotels. We already have great practices, but how do we make them better and scale them up globally? And when each country has a slightly different view on what you should do as well from a government standpoint. So do you take the WHO recommendations, or do you take the CDC recommendations, which are different? So getting very clear about that from a hotel operational standpoint, being very clear then also how we open up our offices around the world, and then how we protect our colleagues in the hotels as well, too. And so we're working through each one of those work streams right now, gathering a ton of data from the teams all around the world and saying, who is doing best practice here? Who's got the right approach? I was just watching some of you have seen this, the return to work video for Nike in China. And if you haven't seen it yet, you should. It's amazing. It's basically going through temperature checks and social distancing and prepackaged foods being in the office. And how do you think about looking after your colleagues in a very responsible way? And we're going to have to continue to scale those things up on a global basis and be very focused. And interesting, I was talking to a number of owners recently, and the number one thing they want to do is give customers the confidence to travel again.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Well, you know what? It's once again, forgive me, but I feel like it's,
Order
focusing on our
filled.
community.
Order
and
submitted.
I think we've all gotten
Order submitted.
more involved in our own worlds, and whether it's social media or what have you. But I just think we have to think about, the greater community at large. I do wonder, too, when you look at your greater community of the hotel industry, you did talk about, Keith, the stronger operational companies will come back and maybe they are better positioned. As a result, do you see
Order
those
filled.
that have the stronger
Order
balance
submitted.
sheets
Order
consolidating
submitted.
more of the market in a post-COVID-19 world?
I mean, interesting
Order
that the
filled.
top
Order
players in this
submitted.
industry were
Order
already
submitted.
seeing consolidation because we had, a significant portion of existing supply, but a disproportionate amount of the pipeline around the world being built. And so there was that trend already happening, the big companies getting bigger. That's going to continue and probably accelerate because the reality is, and the new norm going forward in a more challenged environment, the companies that have scale, that can leverage their procurement powers to reduce the cost to operate, the cost of distribution, the cost to build, those things will create value for owners, and so you'll see people shift in that direction. So I think you'll see the bigger companies need to get bigger, and you may see some of the smaller companies need to consolidate because they can't compete going forward.
And so how soon does that happen, Keith? I mean, we're in a time of great uncertainty. I know that new normal is elusive, to say the least, and we don't know when things are going to start to open up. But are those the sorts of conversations that start to happen this summer? Do we wait until things really settle down? And to Carol's point, when we're in a more regular sort of travel vibe, whatever that looks like on the other side in 2021, how soon does some of that movement start to occur?
You know, I'm not sure. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges we're faced with collectively as leaders in business, and what you all are doing is no one understands the trajectory, so it's really hard to call the timing on anything. So I think what you have to focus on is, how do I position my business to be incredibly well-positioned coming out of this?
Yeah.
From a cost-based perspective, from an investment in innovation, from what I said to my team going into this, day one, was, we have to focus on building a great reputation with all of our stakeholders, and we will be principle-led in everything we do. So how do we look after customers and colleagues and owners and do the right thing, be part of the solution with government? And that's guided us from day one. Companies that do that, as well as manage their business operationally well and think about innovation, will come out of this very, very well-positioned. So that's where I think my team is focused on right now. I'm sure some of the other big leaders in business are doing the same thing.
You know, it's so funny. I went back to our notes when we spoke in London, and one of the questions we polled, we were in front of an audience and our breakaway members here at Bloomberg, and it was, what external factor is hindering your company's growth the most? We talked about Brexit and trade tensions. We talked about disruptive technology, lack of qualified talent. Everybody was competing for talent because the labor market was so tight. We talked about overregulation. I feel like as a leader, that list probably has changed dramatically. And I think about, what you have learned as being a leader in this environment where things can come out of, nowhere, unexpected, black swans, and having to pivot. Tell us a little bit about leading and what you've learned about being a leader in this time, Keith.
Yeah, when I have talked to the team about it, as more challenging things get, the calmer we have to be. And it's about communication, too. So, I normally used to communicate with my senior leaders in the business on a fairly regular basis, and then once a quarter when we did results, I would talk to about the top 1,000 people that work above property. This is sort of directors, managers, vice presidents, and so forth. I'm doing those calls every 2 weeks now. I'm basically talking for about 30 minutes, giving an update, and I'm opening up to 30 minutes of Q&A live. Ask me anything you want. And I think you have to have that level of authenticity and transparency to help lead through these sorts of crises. People want to know, what are you thinking? And being honest with them, saying it when you don't know. And I think that has served us incredibly well through this process so far of how you communicate, the frequency you do it, and the authenticity behind it is incredibly important. Secondly is make sure you capture all the learnings from this.
Mistakes are made, right? You make mistakes because you don't have a playbook on this.
You don't. You know what? Everybody has pandemic probably on their risk register, but it's high impact, ultra low probability, right? And how do you plan for something like this? But thinking about business continuity, we have call center, we have shared services centers, and in the past, our business continuity plan was we have multiple sites, right? You have a problem, site A, you pivot to site B.
Right.
What happens when they're both in the same country, and the country says you have to close all these centers down tomorrow? Fortunately, we got out in front of it and created a lot of technology solutions, let people work from home on laptops and VPNs and so forth. But we were doing that real time, 4 or 5 weeks out before it actually happened, saying, because we were doing the what ifs. And so it's, learning about your business throughout this. What are the strengths you've got, and what are the weak points you've uncovered? Because, again, liquidity is something we've never focused on as a company because we've been just a phenomenally cash-generative business. Every company's focused on liquidity now and really understanding sources and uses of cash. And so I think it will drive more discipline into people's businesses going forward and teach them how to make them, I keep using the word stronger, but I've told my team, let's capture every single learning here, and either we address it today or when we come out of this, how do we implement it going forward?
And so, Keith, one of the questions that I'm sure you're thinking about a lot is how we all think about travel on the other side of this, leisure travel, business travel. And this whole notion of what's essential, what's non-essential, especially when it comes to business travel, is really going to be redefined. You've talked about using technology. We're using technology every day in an entirely different way. I'm sitting in my daughter's bedroom in, the suburbs of New York. Carol's sitting in her office in Jersey City.
My
You're
dog
in
is
London.
next to me.
Carol's dog, Scout, is right there. What sort of synthesize all that for us? Like, what do you think travel looks like on the other side of this? Do you have any sense yet?
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
Somebody who runs a global travel company, you think I'd have. I have a personal perspective on it.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
I travel 150, 120
Order
days a year, right? And sometimes I feel like I travel too much, and I give away 100,000 frequent flyer points for a week at home.
Order submitted.
I know some people who just love to travel.
Filled.
Yes.
Order submitted.
Because it's their one time to get away for the year. And so there's a lot of people who don't do it as frequently as I do it, who just really enjoy it, and it's an incredible experience. And I think that will come back into it. I think on the leisure side we talked about will come back into it. I think, though, people will think differently about, do we have to have a meeting face-to-face, or can we do it virtually now? Is there a more efficient way for us to do this? Some things will have to happen face-to-face. It's who we are. But I do think it will have some impact, and I would be disingenuous if I didn't think that certain parts of this industry will be impacted more than others, because people may not want to go do it that way anymore. And we'll have to figure out how we evolve and how we change when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like, just anecdotally, I feel like you're going to have these situations where instead of someone saying, hey, listen, I'm going to get on a plane from New York to Los Angeles and go for this one meeting, they're going to say, all right, let's do a phone call. And then when I, can sort of consolidate 3 or 4 meetings, then I'll, go from New York to Los Angeles. But, when you start to sort of factor that into lots and lots and lots of people, like that is a pretty seismic change potentially. It changes the footprint of the entire industry, I would imagine.
It does. I mean, also remember a lot of travel that is in this industry it's not big conferences and events. It's an individual going from point A to point B. We have a huge drive business in the U.S. I mean, our mainstream business with Holiday Inn, Holiday Inn Express is that kind of regional salesperson going from point A to point B to point C.
Right.
And so I know we often associate travel with these great luxury destinations and these big flashy hotels. A lot of people, it's sort of, they're paying, $100 a night to stay in a Holiday Inn Express someplace as they're traveling, or they're going to a soccer tournament with their kids. And it's such a diversity in what drives travel that I think, and a lot of those things will continue when things come back. But I go back to the whole, what changed after 9/11. Things did change, but things came
submitted.
back.
Yeah.
I'm sure things will change here, but things will come back in a question of what period.
Order submitted.
Keith, just got about a minute. We've been asking this of all of the CEOs that we've been talking to from different industries about how ultimately, when we emerge from the crisis, what's going to be the biggest difference in our world, especially in your area of expertise, and just got about a minute here. What do you think will be the most difference?
I think people will use technology more and more, honestly, and then the integration of technology and travel, that will continue to expand. And I think that people are seeing more and more the importance of communities. We talk about our role in communities and the hotel industry, and whether it's donating to food banks or housing first responders. I think people feel more connected to their local communities more than ever, and I know that our hotel communities feel that way as well, and I think we're going to appreciate that a lot more.
Well, we certainly appreciate all the time that you gave us, and do stay safe and look forward to talking on the other side of this, Keith. Thank you. Keith Barr is Chief Executive Officer of Intercontinental Hotels Group, joining us on the phone from London. And I do think about it, Jason, it was just November, not such a long time ago. The priorities, the competition for workers, we talked about Brexit, like it was just such a different mindset. And here we are today, and your list is very, very different about your concerns.
Yeah, I mean, everybody always used to say, well, there's always the exogenous event. Here it is. We're in it, folks. All right, let's get to world and national headlines now. Bob Boone is here. Hey, Bob.
Jason, this has never, ever happened before. Oil futures collapsing below zero, wiping out all value as the deepening economic turmoil caused by the coronavirus crisis leaves many people desperate. In an extreme move showing just how oversupplied the U.S. oil market has become, pricing has actually turned negative for May contracts, futures settling at minus $37.63 a barrel pricing actually turning negative.
Order
as
filled.
desperate
Order
traders take
submitted.
unprecedented
Order
action to
submitted.
avoid taking
Order
delivery
filled.
of
Order
physical
submitted.
crude. This
Order
has broken
submitted.
every low
Order
for oil
filled.
prices
Order
since
submitted.
1946.
Order submitted.
Meantime, Democratic leaders and the Trump administration are trying to finalize an agreement on the next dose of emergency federal spending
Order
to prop
filled.
up the economy. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports.
The negotiators are getting close to agreement, White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow said in a Bloomberg interview.
The talks are progressing nicely. They're very constructive. They're bipartisan. Good progress is being made. May be a transition
Order
month
filled.
into a much better economy, moving out into the summer. That is our hope. That may be more prayer than hope.
Kudlow said Democratic demands to augment disaster grants, subsidize hospitals, and step up virus testing have been agreed to. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Order filled.
It's not all bad news today as New York's daily death rate falls below 500. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says the Empire State may be starting to
Order
descend
filled.
from its
Order
peak.
filled.
New Jersey, meantime, reports
La
another
conexión se
177
perdió.
COVID-19 deaths for a total of 4377. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
Bob, thank you. You are listening to Bloomberg
Sorry.
Business Week.
I know
Yeah,
I
you're just
jumped
so
on you.
excited to talk about this.
Well, I just,
Can I just start with
Please.
something?
Yeah.
Did you hear how quickly Keith Barr was like, let me be clear about one thing. We didn't take any money.
Which
Right?
leads us to, well, listen, I have been thinking about this because transparency. I don't know. There's this big chunk of money,
Yep.
and we're talking to a lot of people who are struggling.
Totally.
Very small companies, and they're having a hard time. And I'm talking just to people in my walks of life or through family, and there are a lot of people who run businesses who are struggling and not getting access to these funds. So
Yeah.
let's talk about.
So let's talk about Shake Shack. Shake Shack, they got a $10 million loan from the U.S. Shake Shack, pretty big company. It's a restaurant chain. Probably heard of it. Seen them proliferate across the country over the past few years.
It's a
Tasty Burgers.
$1.7 billion publicly held company.
Yeah. So
Just gonna
not
say that.
probably a small business in most people's mind. And
Almost
they're,
$600 million in revenues.
they're going to give the
Should
money
I continue?
back. I think we all know what Shake Shack is, hopefully.
Sorry.
We know the size and scope. They're going to give the money back. So probably unwise for Danny Meyer and company to take that in the first place, especially at a time where you do have stories over and over and over again of people not getting a big chunk of money here, or any money, and so they needed to make that right.
Right. It was a $10 million loan, and they returned it. Right. Listen, kudos to them. I do wonder about, but they asked for it. So I do wonder about that, right?
Yeah, I guess there is an argument to be made of like, look, if you can get it, take it. You don't know what this is going to look like on the other side. Certainly, I'm guessing that was what some enterprising individual, as you would say, inside Shake Shack may have said. But it's not an unlimited amount of money. And, it's one thing, and going back to Keith Barr, there are a lot of small businesses that ultimately are hotel owners, and those are the folks who probably are designed to get this money. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq all lower. Oil, a major story today. Oil futures collapsing to below zero for the first time ever as the deepening economic turmoil caused by the coronavirus left traders desperate to avoid taking delivery of physical crude oil. Stocks pulling back from a 6-week high. We've got the S&P 500 index lower now by 32 points, down 1.1%. The Dow bouncing along the bottom, down 410. That's a drop of 1.7%. Nasdaq down 25, a drop there of 0.3%. 10 years up 5/30 seconds, the yield 0.62%. Gold up 0.6% at $16.92 the ounce. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, let's turn to the medical side of this. This was a story that was one of the first I read this morning, in part because of its writer, Robert Langrath. He joins us on the phone from Massachusetts. He and the team have been doing just some phenomenal work. It really helps us understand the complexities, but also both the potentials and the challenges of where we go here medically. He joins us, as well as Joel Weber, the editor, of course, of Bloomberg Business Week. Joel's on the phone from Brooklyn. Joel, I want to start with you because you guys have done a really nice job of keeping the medical piece of this front and center, even going back, it's like 5, 6, however many weeks ago, with some of the great cover stories. I've lost track of time, bro. But help tee this up for us.
Yeah, so you're right. This is sort of one of the beats that we kind of keep coming to in our coverage, which is we look at the fallout and the companies, and we got to come back and talk about the science and the tech. Regeneron is really the subject of this story, and Bob and Susan have just been this amazing duo throughout this process. And we sat them down back when we could sit down together, and it feels like so long ago, Jason, to your point. And we said, what is the body of work that you guys want to be working on? And they basically just ticked through a bunch of ideas, and we said, go get it. And it turned out that Regeneron of all of them was actually sort of in our backyard here in New York. The company's based in Westchester. This is obviously a company that has just surged this year, top performing company year to date. And it's all in part because of these antibody treatments that they're developing. And Bob, why is that cause for hope?
Well, so basically, the reason is that this virus, this COVID, it's looking increasingly obvious, like it's not going away anytime
Order
soon.
Submitted.
We're really going to
filled.
need to develop custom treatments against this. That is, drugs that are specifically designed to target this COVID, because the vaccine might take a while. And these antibodies that Regeneron is developing, those are likely to be some of the first custom-designed drugs that could come out against this coronavirus. And Regeneron, in particular, has been working on antibodies for a lot of diseases for a long time, but even though they don't sell any drugs for infections now, they've been quietly working on antibodies for various infections for a long time. And they had, literally a month or two before the coronavirus happened, they had the most successful trial in the history of Ebola treatment, and that was their antibody cocktail. Now they're trying to do the same, what they did with Ebola for the coronavirus, devise antibodies that would block the key spike proteins in the top of the virus and basically neutralize the virus. And you could inject this in and use it either potentially as a treatment for sick patients or kind of as a prophylactic for like high-risk workers like doctors and nurses and people kind of going into the line of fire.
How difficult is it, Bob, to get to it? Like, in other words, to get finally an antibody treatment that actually works? We've got lots of folks working on it, but it sounds like that there's a fair amount of failure to be expected along the way.
Like anything in drug development, there's absolutely no guarantee it'll work. There could be, side effects that, they don't expect. But there's absolutely no guarantee that, that's one reason why there's actually several companies working on it. So Regeneron's one doesn't work out. There's AstraZeneca, there's a company called Vera Biotechnology, Eli Lilly's working on it. So there's like several kind of efforts that are like semi competing with the other parallel efforts. So there's like several kind of shots on goal is kind of what they call it. But there is reason to be hopeful that the antibody treatment, has a better odds of success than some other treatments. And one reason is it does have this track record. It works against Ebola and some particularly tough viral diseases. And we quote in our story the former head of the FDA, Scott Gottlieb, saying, if I had to bet on any one drug treatment working out and being able to help, it would be some of these antibody drugs. Because the technology has really, increased amazingly in speed and specificity over the years.
And so,
and what would that look like?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Say you're able to, say that this proves, as promising as everyone sort of expects. How would Regeneron go about scaling it?
Yeah, so that is one definite question that we do raise in the story about the antibodies. And historically, antibodies are kind of niche drugs. They're very expensive specialty drugs for things like lung cancer and autoimmune diseases that are very expensive and used by, a small segment of the population. So definitely, if this works, this will definitely strain the manufacturing capacity. They were talking about by August maybe having the capacity to produce either 20,000 treatments a month or 200,000 like prophylactic treatments a month. So obviously, if this thing is still going strong, that's like almost like a drop in the bucket. And we also discussed in the story, there's like informal discussions among drug companies and nonprofits saying, hey, if your one works out but mine doesn't, like maybe we could all kind of combine our manufacturing capacity to be able to make more of it. So that's an absolutely key question. With any of this stuff, if it works, will they be able to make enough?
Well, and I do wonder about that sort of collaboration and competition and everything that normally happens in this world. How has that changed as you look across this entire industry, Bob?
Well, I mean, the different companies, as we look at it, are still, doing different efforts on antibodies and slightly different approaches. So a lot of different companies doing different things. What's new and what's different is there kind of is more of a spirit of keeping in touch with what would normally be your competitor and talking to them about, you're doing X and I'm doing Y, and how might we work together? And if we need to work together, we will. So there is kind of this feeling that some companies may need to donate kind of manufacturing capacity to whatever turns out to work, and not sit on it. If someone else's drug works and yours doesn't, you may need to kind of donate your manufacturing capacity to the cause in some way, and not be worried about the fact that it's someone else's drug that's the one that turned out to work. And that's the kind of discussions that we're hearing are going on right now. Now, there's nothing specific into place because none of these things have worked yet, so we don't know. And so for the time being, it's good that, Regeneron has a lot of other companies are, working on similar type drugs. So you just can't predict which of these things is going to work till you test them.
So, and I do think about, we just talked with the CEO of Intercontinental Hotels, thinking about, it will be steps. We hear it from our policymakers, Bob, steps in kind of getting us back to normal. And even if it's not a vaccine, this may be one of the things that starts to help communities. I think you end your story, help communities return to a semi-normal state until a vaccine is finally available. And just got about 30 seconds here. That's what the drug industry, we need to be thinking, right? How do we take those steps? And the drug industry is crucial in all of this.
Right. So none of these drugs in development really will replace the ultimate need for a vaccine. But I think the idea is, and the thought we do end the story on, is that if you can get some treatment that kind of takes the edge off this a little bit, takes off the worst consequences or helps protect some of the key essential workers, then it'll be easier to kind of end lessen some of the social distancing until that time when we finally get a vaccine.
All right. Thank you so much. This is a must read. I'll put it out on Twitter for everybody. It will also be in the magazine this week and on the terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Bob Langreth, healthcare reporter at Bloomberg News on the phone, along with Jill Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week magazine.
All right. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week is going to continue right here. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 up in Boston on an empty marathon Monday, Bay State Business, it's coming up next.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq all declining. Lows of the day right now. Oil, though, the big story, oil futures collapsing to below zero for the first time ever as the deepening economic turmoil caused by the coronavirus crisis leaves traders desperate to avoid taking delivery of physical crude. The end of the May contract forces physical receipt at a time when storage capacity is low. June prices are below $23 a barrel. S&P 500 index low of the day now down 49 points, a drop of 1.7%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 555 points. That is a drop right now of 2.3%. Nasdaq down 77, a decline there of 0.9%. 10 years up 5/30 seconds with a yield of 0.62%. Gold up 0.5% at $16.90 the ounce. So a down day on Wall Street. The chief U.S. economist at Morgan Stanley, Alan Zentner, says gross domestic product could drop by 50% in the second quarter. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
Order filled.
We feel we've captured it properly with a 38% Q over Q annualized decline in the second quarter, which would be the sharpest drop into recession on record. But have we gotten it properly negative enough?
Order
Is it
filled.
negative 50%? It absolutely could be.
United Airlines holding shares tumbling today after the company said it expects to record a $2.1 billion loss in the first quarter as coronavirus all but erases air travel demand for the month of March. UAL down 5.5%, American Airlines down 5.2%, Delta down 3.6%, Southwest, which had been on the plus side, now lower by 1.1%. So again, recapping here, looking at a down day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq all trading lower. Lows of the day right now. S&P 500 index down 46, down 1.6%. Dow Jones Industrial Average lower now by 2.2%. Nasdaq down 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flag.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's head out to California now. Governor Gavin Newsom giving an update.
Which are on the phone today. But I've also been very blessed by someone that I know very well, and that's my wife, the first partner of the state of California. She, in partnership with Tony Thurman, Linda Darling Hammond, members of my team, Ben Cheetah and others, have been working hard over the last few weeks to build on the announcement we made a few weeks ago about those 100,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots that Google has committed to rolling out throughout the state of California, and the 4,000 Chromebooks that they made available, to build on the work that Apple has been doing in 800 school districts, 10,000 iPods that they have donated, and to do even more to meet the needs of millions of Californians that simply don't have access. Jen has been working the phones. She's had good days, like some of us. Some days haven't been as fruitful. Companies, large and small, individuals that have made small contributions, some large, and philanthropy and foundations, and a whole package that we wanted to roll out today that I think will shine a brighter light on our capacity to deliver, and moreover, I think reinforce the need, certainly, to do more. So with that in mind, let me introduce the first partner of the state of California, Jen Siebel Newsom.
All right, you've been listening to California Governor Gavin Newsom handing the mic over to his wife, the first partner of the state, working on a number of different initiatives there. This clearly is an all-hands situation, to say the least, across the country, and certainly there in California, where, fair to say, Governor Gavin Newsom getting some pretty high marks for his handling of this crisis, Carol.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been following, certainly, what he has to say and how they're planning to get that huge economy, so important to the United States, back on track. We're following that. We're also following big time the energy markets. And we do want to, in Business Week Economics at this hour, take a look at oil. An ounce of gold has never bought more barrels of crude in history. That fun fact coming from the Bloomberg, courtesy of Charlie Pellet. Let's talk about what's going on in the energy markets. Ellen Wald, certainly well known to our Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Business Week Radio audience, president of Transversal Consulting, senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. She wrote the book Saudi Inc. on the history of Aramco and Saudi Arabia. She joins us on the phone from Jacksonville, Florida. Ellen, nice to have you here with us. I hope you're doing well and your family doing okay, staying safe.
Yes, we're all good here.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And I do wonder, we kicked off our show saying, a penny for a barrel of oil. Like, you can't even get your head around that. Explain to me what is going on. Explain to our audience what's going on in the energy market right now. Is it all about just oversupply here?
Well, when the show started, it was a penny for a barrel of oil, and now the price has actually turned negative. But it's important to understand what we're actually talking about, because it's a big headline, oil prices turn negative. But what we're talking about very specifically is the price on WTI, which is the U.S. benchmark, West Texas International, the price for that contract that expires in May. And that contract expires tomorrow. So this is really the last day for trading on that particular oil for delivery in May. And so what this says is basically that everyone who wanted to buy oil for May has bought that oil and they don't want to buy any more of it. There's been fairly small trade volume in terms of trading oil on that May contract. If you look, in fact, at the June contract for WTI, it's actually much higher. It's in the 20s. Not that that's a very high price, but it's much higher than a penny or negative prices. And there's much more volume on that contract. So as a result, the price for these May contracts just kept falling until it went negative. Now, does that mean that someone will pay you to buy oil? Not really. That's not really what it means, but essentially it means no one is interested in buying oil in the month of May or for the month of May, and also that there's very little storage capacity left to store that oil, because there have always been people out there who will buy oil and then store it in the hopes that they can sell it later for more money. And so the problem we're seeing is that demand for oil has dropped so precipitously, so fast and so much that we're running out of places to store that oil. And so that's how you get in these situations like this one, where just at the end of that contract, it went negative.
And so what's interesting, Ellen, is as we look out, the oil futures market actually paints a picture of an economy that looks a little better by the end of the year. You get to sort of November-ish time frame, and things seem a lot more rational. Keep me honest. Is that true? And how do we look at that as a barometer for the larger economy here?
Yeah, well, if you look at the contracts for WTI for November right now, or at least I'm looking at them a bit, an hour or two behind, but they're much higher. They're in the 30s. Now, that's not all that great,
right?
For oil companies, but it's much better than what we're looking at for next month. And so that does say that at least in the longer term, we're looking at
order submitted, order filled, order submitted,
unless,
order
and I think
submitted.
that could change because there's not a whole lot of buying and selling. There's not a whole lot of volume on those contracts, but what they're going for now certainly says that demand should be higher.
Ellen, just got about 40 seconds left here. In terms of the longer play here, there's talk about support for the American energy industry and certainly some of the shale players. Should that be done, or do you think we need to let the markets play their forces and kind of let it find where it should be settling on its own? Let market forces basically win here. And just forgive me, just about 25 seconds.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure for that, and there's a lot of pressure for that to happen. I think that it's not clear that anything that they can do will actually save jobs.
Order filled.
And
Order
that is
submitted.
probably
Order
best. And
submitted.
I do think the consensus now is that we've got to just let the market take its course.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much. Really good to catch up with you. Ellen Wald, we were trying to sort of figure out our show today. Carol, you were the first to be like, let's just get Ellen Wald. She'll make sense of it all for us. And she did. We really appreciate it. President of Transversal Consulting, also a Bloomberg opinion contributor, which is part of the reason we know she's so smart. Let's get over to Bob Moon. He's got our world and national headlines. Hey, Bob.
Jason, thank you. Never has that WTI quote on the Bloomberg terminal looked so odd. In the past hour, it read minus $37.63 a barrel. WTI futures for May trading in negative territory for the first time ever, reflecting how desperate traders have become to avoid taking delivery of physical crude and showing just how oversupplied the U.S. market is. Today's plunge has broken every low for oil prices since 1946. With a bipartisan deal for more emergency federal spending not quite nailed down, the U.S. Senate met in a brief session and scheduled another one tomorrow in case the bill is ready. One of the things they talked about, suppose your source for information, a local newspaper, TV, or radio station, shut down right now. Not a good time? Here's Bloomberg's Irv Chapman.
One senator took the floor to propose that companies that run local news media be made eligible for federal money. Maria Cantwell of Washington State.
These are the people who are on the front line of delivering the information to us about this crisis, and they are helping to build a community of truth and transparency. We need to help them during this crisis.
Senator Cantwell noted that without advertising revenue, numbers of reporters have been laid off all over the country when numbers of readers, listeners, and viewers are soaring. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
A ray of hope today as New York's daily death rate falls below 500, and New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says the Empire State may be starting to descend from its peak. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
Thanks, Bob. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser, and I don't know, I'm sort of smiling here because
where are you taking us?
SoftBank WeWork story, it never really ends. Carol, it doesn't.
Well, it doesn't. Why don't you get us up to speed on where we are?
Why don't you tell me what you want to talk about? So SoftBank, you know them, saying that Adam Neumann, you know him, ex-WeWork CEO, probably going to sue because he didn't get really the money that he was expecting to get, and he's going to go for it. And listen, he doesn't have a lot to lose here.
No.
And in fact, he's lost a lot already, at least on paper. You know, his was a stake that was worth billions and billions of dollars at one point last year until all of a sudden it wasn't, and the company pulled its IPO. It is now under existential threat in a pandemic-filled world, and Adam Neumann out of that company, and he wants some of his money.
Well, you know, SoftBank, it seemed to have, you know, made an offer, a $3 billion offer to buy shares in the company, and you know, this didn't happen. So I get
it was going to help make him whole, and then they pulled it back for lots of reasons. And he basically said that wasn't fair. You should have gone through with that deal, and now I'm going to sue you.
This is going to come down to what was written and you know, what was agreed to. I mean, you know, a deal is a deal. A contract is a contract. The thing is, you know, SoftBank is scrambling, and they've got an activist investor that's been on their back, and you know, it's not so clear cut anymore. And what's the here it is, what's the financial, you know, smart thing to do, financially prudent thing to do versus what did you agree to do to maybe get yourself out from under, you know, Adam Neumann.
There's also a question around WeWork. There has been, and I'm not sure
there's
it's
many
ever
questions,
been fully answered.
Jason,
so
around
many questions,
WeWork.
but so many of them have to do with governance and who was ultimately responsible. And certainly there were some things that Adam Neumann did or didn't do.
Watching the hen house, man.
That absolutely the board was at least complicit in. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all lower. In fact, we are bouncing along the bottom on this back-to-work Monday. We've got crude oil, West Texas Intermediate, with a negative handle. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks under pressure amid the plunge in oil. Dow's currently down 568 points. S&P's dropped 48. Nasdaq is lower by 72. Note the S&P 500 fell back below its 50-day moving average. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.62%. You mentioned oil. WTI crude futures traded at a negative price for the first time. Small caps are down 2.7%. Transports sink 4%. Semis are under pressure, down 2%, and the VIX is higher by 12%. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, J&J and Verizon, while Boeing and Dow Inc. led to the downside. After earnings, Halliburton was little changed, and wrapping things up, IBM reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, on Bill Maloney. Charlie?
All right, we thank you very much, Bill. We'll have those IBM numbers as they break into here live. Breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser here with you on a Monday afternoon. And as we look around the world, as we often do, we look to China, and we look to one man to help us figure it all out. It's a big task, but, man, he keeps proving up to it. Right, Carol?
Totally.
He's our guy. He's our guy. Andy Brown. He is the editorial director of Bloomberg New Economy.
Well, we'll see. We're bringing him in now.
Yeah,
so
a little
we'll
pressure
see.
here. But a really fascinating column today, Andy, that we were reading, because you take us back to 91 when you moved to Beijing, a very different time, to say the least. And yet, a lot of people have been pointing back to that period because it was a little bit of a dark time, sort of like we're in now, and what came after was pretty remarkable.
Right. Yeah. The reason I refer back to this is, as you say, I moved to Beijing in 1991. This was 2 years after the People's Liberation Army had put down the Tiananmen Square pro-democracy protests. And, the conventional wisdom at that time among journalists and analysts was that China had set back its economic development by at least a generation, and the foreign business community, much of the foreign business community had fled. I mean, the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, had drilled machine gun holes in one of the biggest hotels in Beijing, the China World Hotel, and some of at least one of the foreign diplomatic compounds where we ended up living. And, American executives and their families were cowering in Hong Kong and Manila and elsewhere. And who knew, right at that moment, China was on the cusp of the greatest economic expansion in history. And it just skipped through from that moment, pretty much every adversity that the world threw at it. From the Asian financial crisis in the late 1990s to SARS, the Great Recession in 2008 didn't slow down China one bit. But finally, this juggernaut has met its match in COVID-19, and this economy is shrinking. It really is a historic moment.
And yet, you're right. So, like we know, this virus has, Andy, upended kind of all of our projections about global growth, and certainly in terms of China's ambitions and their goals. And yet, you're right that even so this has happened, we could see the pandemic speed China, along with the rest of Asia, their rise. Put that together for us.
Yeah, so by and large, the economies of East Asia have responded to coronavirus much better than economies in the West. So we know about the early Chinese missteps and cover-ups and blunderings and the suppression of doctors and journalists who were warning about this. But it's sort of recovered, and it's reopening, and South Korea and Taiwan and Singapore and Hong Kong, a number of these East Asian economies have come through. They've shown that they have competent, coordinated governments, that they embrace technology, particularly technologies that allow them to track and trace infections. They're nimble, they're agile, they're dynamic, like Asian companies. And it's hard not to come to the conclusion that, at the New Economy Forum, we've always had a sense that we've always acknowledged the center of gravity of the global economy is moving east.
Right.
And it just seems as though this coronavirus has accelerated that trend.
And so, Andy, when you think about what that acceleration looks like and the trajectory of it, what is it, not to be too parochial here, but what does it mean for the United States?
Yeah, to me, this is still all to play for. There are a lot of people who talk about the inevitability of a China century or an Asian century. I'm not quite buying it. It's interesting when you quite often from the outside, outside of China, people looking in, they make China up to be this unstoppable juggernaut, but when you actually live there, you become acutely aware of the monumental challenges and problems, environment, demographic, and governance, and so on. And the opposite is true in America. Often people make the mistake of thinking that the United States is on this sort of inevitable sunset trajectory. And then when you live here, you become aware of America's colossal advantages. From its deep pools of capital to the best higher education in the world, the environment. I'm looking out right now over one of the most pristine bodies of water in the world, which is Lake Sunapee in New Hampshire. And China doesn't have a body of water anywhere close to this. So, the issue really is how the West responds to this pandemic. Does it use it as an opportunity to renew, to rejuvenate, or not?
Well, I think about how I'm using this time to reset some things in my life, and I do wonder exactly what you're saying, Andy, of whether or not the United States and Europe use it as a reset for themselves. Jason, you're smiling.
As Carol Masser goes, so goes China. So,
Stop it. Andy Brown is the best of Bloomberg New Economy. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up, we're going to have Dave Wilson's chart of the day. It's all about volatility. We've had some experience with that. Then we're going to drive to the close. Later on, we're going to catch up with the owner of 11 Madison Park, the CEO of Pittsburgh's airport. A lot to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to where we are and how we get out of this. All right, let's get another check on your top business stories, an update on the trading day. We've been kind of bouncing around here, Charlie Pellet.
28 minutes to go, Carol Massar. Happy Monday to you both, by the way. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all declining. Governor Newsom delivering his daily briefing says California virus deaths have risen by 42 from yesterday, now stand at 1,208. In California, virus hospitalizations up by 1.9%. Bottom line, losing day for the U.S. stock market today. Stocks falling from a 6-week high. Investors on edge as oil futures plunge to unprecedented levels. I'm talking negative numbers on West Texas Intermediate crude, an absolutely unprecedented wipeout. Sellers now actually paying buyers to take the stuff off their hands. Gold up 0.7% higher by $11 the ounce at $16.94. The 10-year up 6/30 seconds, the yield there 0.62%. S&P down 40, a drop of 1.4%. The Dow down 500 points now, lower by 2.1%. Nasdaq bouncing along the bottom close to the low of the day, down 53, a drop there of 0.6%. Well, lots of questions about the coronavirus pandemic and if there's a glimmer of hope in flattening the curve. Dr. Joshua Scharfstein is Vice Dean of the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
Well, what we have seen recently in the United States is a plateau, and that is good news because we clearly were worried about having so many people with severe disease from COVID that it would overwhelm the healthcare system.
And again, the Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq all lower. And should mention the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Shake Shack's going to return a $10 million loan from the U.S. government amid criticism that the publicly traded burger chain and other large companies gobbled up the emergency funding while smaller businesses were frozen out. Shake Shack shares, they're up today by 5.1% right now at $45.70. Again, recapping negative oil prices. We've got the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all lower. S&P down 40, a drop there of 1.4%. IBM will report after the closing bell. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Shaking all over.
Wow, if I wasn't awake.
Yeah, I'm
up.
up.
I'm up.
Mom, I'm up.
Mom, I'm Totally. Dave Wilson is with us, Bloomberg stocks editor with his chart of the day. Who was that?
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Newer? Newer yes? Or old yes?
No, Who. It was the Who.
There you go.
Oh, got it.
You said who was it, and he said
got
yes.
it. I was thinking yes, the band yes. I'm like, really? Okay.
You're like, I listened to some yes
Who's
back
on
in the
first?
day.
What's on second? I don't know who's on third.
Exactly.
Oh, my God.
All right, Dave Wilson. We're all awake here on a Monday, thanks to our engineer, Reggie, who, maybe he knew we needed a little kick there, Carol.
Yeah.
We got one, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
We got it.
totally.
We got it. Shake it all over. Is that a little volatility reference?
Exactly. Smaller turns shakier. That's the headline of today's chart. It's all about a comparison of volatility indexes. Now, we talk about the VIX day in and day out based on the value of S&P 500 options. Well, there's a similar gauge for the Russell 2000. The ticker on that one is RVX. And what's happened is you've seen a gap open up between the RVX and the VIX as volatility overall has come down. So what's resulted from that is that the RVX is higher than the VIX by the widest margin ever. Now, ever goes back to the early 2000s when the Russell got this index, this RVX. So, that's something that really stands out because, we've seen smaller companies failing to keep pace with larger ones for a while in the stock market. And so now you've got sort of a fear factor built in terms of this volatility comparison. And Julian Emanuel over at BTIG, who's their head of equity and derivatives strategy, pointed this out last week in a report. And the way he saw it, it's basically the effect of the coronavirus, how it's playing out with smaller companies that's being reflected in this widening gap, that they basically have more to lose in a lot of cases. So that's the relationship. And, the previous record, goes back to 2009, right around the time that the bull market was starting back then. So,
order filled, order submitted,
and if you want
order
more,
submitted.
Folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address
Order
is
filled, order submitted, order submitted.
That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
The bull market.
On a logical level, though, it makes sense, right, Dave? Because smaller companies are going to be more vulnerable. They don't have necessarily the different conduits or financial conduits that they can tap into, right? For
funds, the safety net,
right? Or the safety net. So it kind of makes sense that these guys are potentially much more vulnerable.
Or potentially the cash on hand, or
correct,
the breadth of business, or any of the sort of what you might call mitigating factors that would come into play with larger companies. So, that's how it's played out. And we've certainly seen, the small caps, the Russell 2000 has kept up with the S&P 500 for a while. And so now you're introducing even more risk.
Did you see the TV benefit over the weekend?
Bits and pieces. That's
the Global Citizen thing.
Global Citizens, yeah. I was just curious. I thought the Stones playing, man.
That was cool.
Was so cool.
Lady Gaga.
Air drums.
Awesome.
I did see some of that.
Yeah, that was kind of one of my favorites. I was just curious, Dave. Okay.
Carol needs another dose of the Who to maybe jolt her into being a little more lively for the balance of the show.
You watched a little bit.
A little bit. I actually caught like little clips on Twitter here and there.
Yeah.
I didn't sit and watch.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, part because I really wanted to be outside. Like there was like going on.
It was at night, Jason. It was 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night.
Was it?
Were you still out?
No, it was like 8 hours.
No.
There was the TV show, and then there was the online version. The online version went 8 hours.
Yeah, I just watched the couple of hours at night.
You were just watching on the TV?
I was on the old TV.
On the TV. All right, Dave Wilson.
Thanks, Dave.
We will talk to you just after the close of trading for your stock of the day. Always appreciate Dave's insights. And coming up, we are going to get you to the close. Stocks sort of have taken a leg down since we started the show. They were flirting with their highs of the day, and now down on the lower tier. As
order submitted.
All right, let's get a check on
order
the national
submitted.
news headlines. Back over to Bob when we go. Hey, Bob.
Hi, Carol. Thank you. The pressure builds to get the United States back to work, with some states seeing politically motivated public protests, which President Trump is seeking to use to his advantage. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says as people try to claim the idea as their own, he shares the sentiment, but so do we all.
Nobody disagrees that we want to get out of this situation. Nobody. You don't need protests to convince anyone in this country that we have to get back to work and we have to get the economy going and we have to get out of our homes.
Just be smart, incremental, and safe, Cuomo says, and realistic.
There's a sanity quotient to this whole situation. There's only so long you can say to people, stay in the house and lock the door.
Boeing and a small number of other manufacturers around the U.S. are gearing up today to resume production amid pressure from President Trump and resistance from governors who warn there's not enough testing yet to keep the coronavirus from rebounding. Indeed, there's a stark warning today from the head of the World Health Organization about the coronavirus. Speaking at a news conference in Geneva, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said ominously, "Trust us, the worst is yet ahead of us."
Let's prevent this tragedy. It's a virus that many people still don't understand.
The WHO leader said lockdowns alone will not end the pandemic. Global news 24 hours a day, on air, and on
Order
Quick Take
submitted.
by
Order
Bloomberg.
submitted.
I'm
Order
Bob Moon.
submitted.
Well, you just heard Bob talk about what the governor of the state of New York, Andrew Cuomo, is saying about reopening. We're hearing a lot from various governors. We're also hearing a lot from business people, Carol, and Wynn Resorts, they certainly need people to get back out there. Their CEO, Matt Maddox, talking about Nevada starting to reopen in early May, parts of Nevada, followed by the Las Vegas Strip in the middle or later part of the month. We're talking about the month of May. I got to say, that's a little bit of a, wait, what?
Yeah, that's just around
Vegas?
the corner. Yeah, well, and here's what's interesting. Yeah, but you want to know how complicated it is? Apparently, I guess he penned an opinion piece, and it was accompanied by a 23-page proposal detailing steps it's taking to keep its casino and its hotel rooms and everything safe and sanitized, down to details such as giving all guests amenity bags that include hand sanitizer and face masks, as well as a, quote, COVID-19 awareness card. You know, but they're talking about reduced occupancy when they open, physical distancing, temperature checks, no large gatherings, wearing of masks, and an increase coronavirus testing in the States. That's the thing that's tricky. My husband and I have been talking about this a lot at home. It's like everybody, if there's one consensus, is that we need more testing, and yet it's still moving along very, very slowly.
Absolutely. And
Right?
I think one of the big questions out there is how much are people going to follow these guidelines? I mean, what is going to be mandatory? What's going to be suggested? Are you going to have people in masks around a craps table? Maybe. I guess it's possible.
I think yes. I think
yeah.
yes. I think you're going to have to. I mean, don't you think about that when you start to get into, you know, settings? I'm like, I'm going to wear a mask.
Are we going to wear a mask in our studio?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Right? We have a lot of guests coming in and out. We have a lot of staff coming in and out.
Yeah.
You know, it's
all elbow bumps, no handshakes.
Yeah. We might not be sitting next to each other, right? You might be across the way or something. I don't know.
Exactly. See ya.
New World Order. See ya,
Order
Jason
canceled.
Kelly. This is
Order
good.
canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com,
Order
the
canceled.
Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Stocks falling from a 6-week high. Investors on edge as oil futures plunge to unprecedented levels. And a spate of corporate earnings on tap. IBM after the closing bell. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settled at minus 37.63 a barrel. They're paying you to take away the oil. We've got the S&P down 42, a drop of 1.5%. The Dow down 514, a drop of 2.1%. Nasdaq down 63, that is a drop of 0.7%. 10-year up 7/30 seconds with a yield of 0.61%. Gold up 0.8% right now, $16.95 the ounce. Again, recapping equities lower here with the S&P down 43, a drop of 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
It is time for the drive to the close. Just about 11 minutes left in the trading day. Jeff Kruppelman is back with us, a friend of the show, chief investment strategist and head of equities at Marine Wealth Advisors. He joins us on the phone from Cincinnati, and that's exactly where the company is based. Jeff, nice to have you here again with us. How are you doing?
Order submitted.
I think
Order
like everybody
submitted.
else, staying safe and
Order
kind of
filled.
staying,
Order
poised
submitted.
and focused
Order
and doing
submitted.
the best that we can, but doing well. How about you?
Doing okay. I mean, I think
Order
I agree. I think
filled.
Jason would agree as well. We've all kind of gotten into a new rhythm, a new world order, if you will. What's going on in Cincinnati? Give us a little bit of the lay of the land and how people are doing generally and what's going on.
Well, we've been blessed to have a governor that kind of has led and gotten way ahead of this. And so we've been social distancing
Order
like
submitted.
everybody else.
Order submitted.
And, we're
Order
working mostly
submitted.
from homes right now. And as I talk to local hospital and healthcare executives, I can tell you just, anecdotally, I get kind of word and feedback like we were building, to triple or more than that our ICU capacity, and we're finding that we're only
Order
having
filled.
to do a fraction
Order
of that.
submitted.
And that,
Order
we
submitted.
were looking to have to build out capacity.
Order filled. Order
that would be
submitted.
temporary
Order
and maybe
submitted.
other sites,
Order filled.
and that
Order
we just
submitted.
Don't see that happening right
Order
now.
submitted.
So this idea of bending the curve and doing what we need to do and having a governor that has been very, very much a leader, I think, nationally, in just saying, hey, we've got to get in front of this and make sure that we don't stop it from spreading more than it should. So I think Ohio, Cincinnati, we're trying to do our part.
Yeah,
Order
pretty
filled.
interesting,
Order
right? I mean,
filled.
to
Order
see
filled.
how, and we've talked about this a ton on this show, Jeff, just sort of how governors have really had to step to the fore. And, Mike DeWine, your governor, it was not easy for him early on because he was a little bit, as you say, sort of out there on his own to some extent.
Yeah, and it sounds
Order
like
canceled.
there's pressure
Order
now being
submitted.
put on the
Order
governors.
submitted.
And I think that, this whole kind of dialogue about when do we reopen, how does that take place, there's a lot of execution risk that's involved in doing that. And so, as you know, we've been cautiously optimistic here throughout. We unlike previous periods where we were outrageously bullish on the market
Order
back in
filled.
2018.
Order submitted.
When everyone
Order
else was pretty
submitted.
negative, it was for us relatively easy to do that because you could go to the data, and the data was good while the mood was negative and valuation was great. Here you've got horrible data if you look at the economy near term, but you have kind of the cavalry
Order filled.
to the rest
Order
of the
submitted.
year,
Order
doing the right
submitted.
things on the stimulus front to get us through the gap, and you have the coronavirus kind of curve being bent. But we want to see improvement there, but that keeps you positive longer term that this will be transitory. But I got to tell you, short term, there's a lot of execution risk. So unlike that previous period
Order
where we were,
filled.
hey,
Order
buy on the
filled.
dips, get after this, it's a wonderful moment. We're more thoughtful in saying hold your ground, trade up where you can into higher quality stocks for now. But it looks like if we manage this like we think we
Order
can,
submitted. Order
that over the
submitted.
next 12 months,
Order submitted.
we will be at a much better place.
So we love talking about names. So tell us where you're trading up. Give us some examples of what you might be shedding and what you might be picking up.
Sure, and it's funny because sometimes when you do this, they'll question. They'll say, "Why in the world did you do that?" I mean, that just feels like moving dirt, Jeff.
Oh, I like that. Moving dirt. That's going to stay with us.
Yeah, move that dirt pile. But to us, it was thoughtful and we hope, smart and successful. So an example within consumer discretionary where, you've had a lot of pressure, the retailers under a lot of pressure. We recently sold Best Buy in our flagship strategy, and we bought Target. Why
Order
did we do
submitted.
that? Well,
Order
I
submitted.
recently moved, and I had a wall mount, a 65-inch screen TV, and I got to tell you, I wanted an installer to do that next time. And, it's a thoughtful electronic kind of, purchase where you want to go in and you want to test drive these things and see it. So Target, on the other hand, is selling consumables and staples to a large extent, product categories that are selling off the shelves like, hotcakes, and nice dividend yield, nice balance sheet, good management. So we just think that it's over the next 3 to 6 months in a much better, part of the curve there. Another example of a trade we did was selling some oil stocks. We sold some
Order
DOG.
filled. Order
we sold
submitted.
OnSemi,
Order submitted.
which is a
Order filled. Order submitted. Order
auto-related
submitted.
semiconductor stock, very tethered to the auto
Order
industry,
filled.
which is highly cyclical, as you know. And we bought Qualcomm with those proceeds, tethered to 5G, probably a beneficiary of what's going on as we do much more online over time. And again, a beautiful dividend, strong and strengthening balance sheet as they pay off some acquisitions that they've done in the past. And just so we think at a better center than auto-related at this time. So those are some of the examples, and I can tell you on the sell side, we did
Order
come out
filled.
of Carnival
Order
Cruise
submitted.
and came out of
Order submitted.
Marriott,
Order
Las Vegas
filled.
Sands
Order
in
submitted.
anticipation
Order submitted.
of
Order
what this
filled.
could
Order
mean
submitted.
for
Jeff,
us.
when did
Order
you do
submitted.
that? When did you do that? How early did you do that play?
I got to tell you, sometimes where they say it's good to be good, but it's also good to be lucky also. And if you can be both, it's
Order
it's
filled.
great. So some of those
Order
things like
filled.
Carnival,
Order
we
filled.
were just really
Order
disappointed
filled.
on their execution starting late last year.
Wow.
And someone might say, oh, so Jeff, you saw coronavirus coming, huh? And the answer is absolutely not. But we did feel we were ripe for some type of correction or pullback near term that would set the stage for a nice advance going forward. And so we thought, names like Carnival, if you did get into a little slow patch, you had a correction that, maybe that would be an area within consumer discretionary, some misexecution that you want to move away from. So some of these things, we bought gold late last year, GLD, also in anticipation of, early in the year we had Iran and, some nuclear concerns and whatnot, some geopolitical concerns. And so we were looking at maybe some stocks or exposure that would do well in rising global uncertainty. So we started that early, and then we just continued that, and that's our team, continued it through this period.
Right.
Well, got to say, we appreciate always catching up with you, Jeff, and glad to hear that you are safe and sound. And I got to say,
thoughtful.
I also appreciate his honesty about calls and things, and
Totally.
just being so frank about things. It's just refreshing, to say the least.
Performance proves it. All right,
Yep.
Jeff Crumpleman, thank you so much. Chief Investment Strategist, Head of Equities, one of our faves out at Mariner Wealth Advisors on the phone from Cincinnati. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it, sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this 4/20 day, April 20th, 2020. Mark Castellanovo, the supervisor of facilities at the NYSE, all alone there, ringing that closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq all having a down day, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average at the close down 595 points. That was a drop today of just about 2.5%. S&P 500 index down 51, a drop there of 1.8%. Nasdaq slumped 89 points, a decline there of 1%. Should mention that we are awaiting the latest numbers out of IBM. We'll have those for you as they become available. S&P 500 index halting a two-day gain. Dow Jones Industrial Average again lower today by 2.5%. As for the overall mood of the market, Jeff Crumpleman is Chief Investment Strategist at Mariner Wealth Advisors. He was our guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Unlike that previous period when we were, hey, buy on the dips, get after this, it's a wonderful moment, we're more thoughtful in saying hold your ground, trade up where you can into higher quality stocks for now. But it looks like if we manage this like we think we can, that over the next 12 months, we will be at a much better place.
Oil, a major story today. NYMEX West Texas Intermediate Crude May futures settling at minus 37.63 a barrel. Oil plunging as a deadly pandemic ravaging global economies threatens to erase an entire decade of demand growth. Among some of the oil majors today, ExxonMobil plunging 5.1%, Chevron down 4.6%, ConocoPhillips lower today by 2.1%. 10-year yield 0.61%, gold up 0.8%. Recapping equities lower here, S&P 500 index down 51, a drop of 1.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Move around. Motion creates emotion.
I feel the earth move under my feet.
You move like they do. I've never seen anyone move that fast.
Shake. All right, people, let's move like we've got a purpose.
Company's called Movers and Shakers. They cost a little more, but that name cracked me up.
Bloomberg Business Week, Movers and Shakers with Carol Mass.